Good evening. Good evening. We are back and doing some more streaming of our quote-unquote game. Didn't stream yesterday. Yesterday, I spent far more time than I should have working on my fluid dynamics. So last time, we created a pressure system and it was pretty neat. Each node had pressure and it would flow around based on, well, it would just kind of normalize. It was really good, but it was kind of hacked together. I hadn't really thought it through, but it worked really well. And it got me thinking, which is always a dangerous thing, but it did. It got me thinking. So, yesterday, I rewrote the whole thing. Because I wanted to make the pressure system be able to handle multiple different things instead of just like air pressure. So instead of it being a pressure system, it is now a fluid simulation, which is pretty cool. See, I've made a few test fluids. Fluid, basically, in this context, doesn't mean liquid, it means liquid or gas. Liquid or gas, which is neat. So, we have different types of fluid. I've got a few test ones that I was just using for testing the various properties that a fluid can have. Currently, properties it can have are an ideal density, which is, well, it's the ideal density, really. For a given fluid, well, how dense does it ideally want to be? I don't know how else to explain ideal density. Then I've got this compression rate, which means for this fluid, if it's going into an area, a node, and that node has got more volume within it than its capacity, then it will compress the stuff within that node to fit the capacity. And the compression rate determines how much the density will be modified. So if you've got like 3 different types of fluid in a node, the compression rate defines the ratio of which gets compressed the most. So a fluid with a high compression rate will get compressed more than a fluid with a low one. All other things being equal. Then we've got viscosity, which is nice. That affects it's essentially the flow rate for a given fluid. How fast it will flow between nodes. So that's pretty cool. So they're like the standard, they're what differentiate fluids, basically, those 3 stats. I'm probably going to add some more. I think today I want to work on temperature, injecting temperature into the system. I think that might be pretty cool. And to do that, we'll add probably a conductivity field or something, like heat transfer or something like that. Like how well it absorbs heat / relinquishes heat. So we can build this up with extra stuff if we need it. So then, an actual fluid just has a mass and a density. That's all it needs. We can infer the volume based on the mass divided by the density. So that's fine. But a fluid itself just has mass, density, which is cool. Pretty simple. Then we have our node data. This is quite a complex class, I'll be honest. But basically, this is all the fluid data, obviously, for a given node. So you've got your fluid types and you've got your actual statistics for that fluid. So when we create a node, or the data for a node, we just give it an empty fluid object, basically saying, look, you're empty. So it does have a reference to all the different fluids that can go into it, but they're all empty, which is fine. Then I have this mad function, which this updates the densities for all of the fluids in the node. So if a node's got 3 fluids, it will work out, based on the ideal density for each fluid, how much volume would that fluid take up if it wasn't being compressed at all? Like, how much would it take up? And that gets us our sweet, sweet total ideal volume, which is nice. So that is, if the node didn't have any restrictions, how much volume would you take up? And that's the answer to that one. Then we work out, okay, well, the node can only hold this much. Like, the node can only hold, I don't know, 1 unit of whatever. So we've got our total ideal volume. Take off the capacity. That gives us how much it needs to be adjusted. If it doesn't need to be adjusted, then we can say, hey, cool. That means that in an ideal scenario, all the fluid's volume is less than the capacity for the node. So we can just say, look, just set every fluid to have its ideal density and live the dream. That's the best case scenario. Probably never happen. Almost certainly never happen. But that's fine. So then we say, okay, well, at this point we do need to compress it. We know that because we've gone past here. So we know that something needs to get compressed in order for the fluids to fit inside the actual capacity for the node. So for that, we say, okay, let's go through all the different fluids it has. If there isn't any, we don't care. If there is, we take its compression rate and we add it to the total. So you know how we configured a compression rate for each different type of fluid. So we say, okay, maybe air can be like super compressed, so it's got a compression rate of 5. But maybe water can't be compressed, really. It does have to be able to be compressed, but we can make it very resistant to compression. So maybe it's got a 0.1 compression rate. So let's say there's both water and air in a node, that means the total compression rate would be 5.1. You've got the 5 from the air, which can be super compressed, and you've got the 0.1 from the water, which can't be compressed. So that's pretty cool. Then what that lets us do, knowing that, is we can go through each fluid. If it's not there, we don't care about it. Like, we're not going to be modifying its density if it doesn't exist. So that's cool. If it is there, we have to get the compression ratio. So it's like, okay, we need to do some compression here. How much of it were you willing to do? So the water would say, my compression ratio is 0.1 divided by 5.1, which is like 1/510th or something. No, 1/51st. It's 1/52, right? So that's what the compression ratio for the water would be. So you'd go, okay, you're willing to accept the burden of compressing 1/51's worth. So you go, okay, what's the target volume for yourself? That is the target capacity times your compression ratio. And that will say what your volume has to be for you to fit in. So that's pretty neat. And that lets us get the new density. And the new density is pretty sweet. New density is just the mass divided by the target volume. So we've said we're going to fill up this amount of the space. Therefore, we need to have our density to this. And that's how much we need to get compressed. Now, just walking through this, I'm not entirely sure that makes sense. But I think it mostly does. It certainly works. And then we just update its density. But we say the density is not allowed to go below the ideal density. Which is fine. It probably never should anyway. But we've got that in there just in case. And we do this once every cycle of the fluid system. So once every cycle, we look at a node and we say, let's update the densities of everything in the node. We do it right at the start of the cycle. It's the first thing we do. And that is pretty good. We also have the ability to calculate the total pressure of a node, which says, okay, I am a node. These are all the fluids in me. Remember the ideal volume that we were talking about when we were compressing everything? Well, this says, what was the ideal volume again? And then it says, okay. Well, the pressure is that ideal volume divided by the capacity. So if the ideal volume was 2 and the capacity was 1, all the stuff inside it wants to be 2, but it's down to 1, so the pressure is 2. Perfect. Happy, happy days. So that's kind of all the logic about the fluids themselves. Their densities can fluctuate based on the node that they're in and everything else. And the pressure of the node is tied to all the fluids that are in it. Pretty neat. So then. In the node itself, I might take the stuff out of the node, but in the node itself, we have all this mad shit, but most of it we don't need to worry about. What really matters is we've got this node data. Don't need to worry about the read buffer. That's when I was trying to figure out how to maintain consistency in my node data. I used to have a read buffer and a write buffer, but I ended up getting rid of it because I don't need it anymore. So we've got our node data, and we've also got this guy. Well, this guy's weird. Offers. What does that mean? Well. What does that mean? I'll tell you. So the way the node system works is you've got a problem, right? You can't do everything at once because if you update node A, that is going to modify node B in the same update cycle. So you need some way of tracking the fact that you're going to modify node B. So node A might say, oh, I've got way too much pressure. I'm going to give some of my water to node B because it's got less pressure, right? You might do that. You might want to do that. And that is where the whole read-write buffer came in. So I had two buffers, and I would mark the updates that I was going to do in the write buffer, and I would only read data from the read buffer, and that was pretty good. So then at the end of each cycle, you would just swap the buffers, and it was fine. But instead, I'm doing this other thing, which is a little bit mad, but it does work quite well. So I have this generate offers function, which is basically a node. The first thing we do after we've updated all the densities is every single node that we're simulating at the time calls this generate offers. And what it does is it goes through and it gets the pressure of the node and it goes through all the different fluids that it has. And it looks at all of its neighbors and it says, based on my pressure and how much of this fluid I've got and my neighbor's pressure and how much of this fluid my neighbor has, you can ignore that. That's just safety boundaries. We can say, if we're higher pressure than our neighbor, we're going to give them something. The pressure is too damn high, so we're going to give them something. And the something we're going to give them is based on the fluids. So if I've got lots of water and you don't have any water and my pressure is really high and yours isn't, you better believe I'm giving you some water. Then we adjust how much water I'm giving you by the viscosity, I can give you way more air than I can give you oil, because it's got a better flow rate. And it's also based on the pressure, the difference between them. If you've got only a little bit less pressure than me, I'm only going to give you a little bit of water, just a little bit. But if you've got way less, I'm going to dump a shit ton of water on you, based on the viscosity. Multiply all those together, add in a frame rate adjustment, and then assuming that those calculations all come out to I'm giving you something, I will add an offer to you. So as my neighboring node, I will say, here, I'm going to give you this much of this fluid. And we do that for every fluid that we have, even the ones that we don't have, which we can probably optimize. But we do that for every fluid that we have. So every node goes through that process. That's the second step of the fluid cycle. First, we update the pressures of all the nodes, and we update the densities of all the liquids. Then everyone goes round and they start offering their stuff to each other. And then finally, once everyone's done and they've all agreed what they're going to give each other, we complete the offers. And here, we go through every offer that's been given to us. So there might be 3 nodes that have said, oh, I'm going to give you water. We take them all, no matter what. Even if it takes us above our volume, we don't care. We take all the stuff. We also track the location of the guy who was giving us it. And we apply a force, or we store a force, or rather a vector, of which direction the incoming fluid came from and how much of it there was. And that's pretty cool. Then we do the same thing, but in the other direction, for all the offers that we made to someone else. We say, okay, who were we giving stuff to? And we do the same thing. We reduce our fluids by the amount that we gave to other people. And then we apply those forces to our vector. And what that gives us at the end is a force direction, which is pretty sick. So at this point, we've gone through all the different steps of the fluid pipeline. All the nodes are updated to their new values, and each node has an understanding of how much force conceptually passed through the node in that cycle, which we then use to apply to physics objects in the world, which means stuff gets tugged along by the flow of the fluids. Which is cool. And that's kind of the fluid system. It works. It's pretty cool. There's a bunch of stuff about debug rendering, but don't need to worry about that. The only thing I'm not entirely sure about is this bad boy. The new density. I think it's correct. But I might be wrong. Let's see. Let's work it out by doing one of these. This was me figuring shit out. Let's do one of these. So let's say a node has, well, let's say water has a density, an ideal density of 1 and a compression rate of, we don't want water to compress very much, so 0.1. And we don't need to worry about viscosity. Then let's say air, which I know is a nebulous term, but let's go with it. Let's say air has an ideal density of 0.1. We'd probably go further than that, but whatever. And it has a compression rate of 0.9. It's uber willing to compress. So our node has, let's say, 2 mass of water and 20 mass of air. Seems excessive. Actually, 20 mass of air is ridiculous. 1 mass of air. So let's assume this is the setup. And let's see if this logic pans out. So, first thing we do is we get the total ideal volume. So, total ideal volume is ideal density times mass for both of them. So it's 1 times 2 plus or is it divided by? It's divided by, right? It's 2 divided by 1. So it's mass divided by density equals volume. So 2 divided by 1 plus 1 divided by 0.1, which is 2 plus 10, which is 12. Cool. Total ideal volume, 12. Happy days. So then what do we do? Okay, so this is 12. Well, we know for a fact that 12 is greater than 1. And we're assuming a capacity of 1. So we know that we do require an adjustment because 12 is bigger than 1. It's a reasonable statement, I think. 12 is bigger than 1. So we don't get to just use the ideal densities. That won't work. So, total compression rate we need to go through and add up all the compression rates. That is 1. It's almost like it was planned to be 1. But it is 1. Cool. I think I might need to modify that based on the mass. But let's see how this plays out. So then we go through each fluid. So let's start with water. And we say, how much is water willing to compress? So this is the compression ratio we're looking for. Compression ratio for water is 0.1 divided by the total, so it's 0.1. Should have made them a bit more different, really, so it didn't add up to 1. But it's basically 0.1 divided by 1 equals 0.1. Cool. And that means the target volume for the water is the volume times 0.1. So the target volume is, again, 0.1 times the compression ratio. No, target volume is a capacity, right? So it's 1 times compression ratio, 0.1 equals 0.1. So we need to know what density do we need to be for the water to take up 1/10 of the volume. Because it's, well, let's just see how this works out. I'm already starting to think it's not correct. In order to take 1/10 of the volume, it is mass divided by target volume. Yeah. So it's 2 divided by 2. No, wait, mass divided by target volume. 2 divided by 0.1. And that is the new density. Yeah, I'm starting to feel like this calculation's wrong. We're really going to make water have a density of 20. I feel like I've flipped something. Something is being reversed. I think I would expect the water. Well, let's see how the water, how the air plays out. Air has a compression ratio of 0.9 over 1. .9 target volume is, yeah, I think these are reversed. In my mind. What I mean by that is the water should have the 0.9 and the air should have the 0.1. But let's see how it plays out anyway. So target volume for water is 1 times 0.9 equals 0.9. Because if the air can be compressed, it should be willing to take up a lot less of the volume, right? So I think somewhere in my mind, I flipped what I believe compression ratio means. Lower values are less. Lower values are more compressible. Yeah. But anyway, let's go through the motions anyway. So the new density would be 2 divided by 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Yeah, 2 divided by 0.9, which is 2 point... mass. It's 1 mass of air. So it's 1 divided by 0.9, which is 1 point... I'm just going to use a calculator. Oh yeah, it's 1.11111111111. Kind of a weird density, but I think my calculation's wrong anyway, so I'll allow it. But I think, well, maybe in this scenario this is correct. If we've got 2 water that wants to be at density 1, then you would think the water would take up most of the node. Is that right? I think so. If it's not willing to be compressed and we've got twice as much of it as we have air, I think it's safe to assume, considering the water has an ideal volume of 2 for 2, that the air should compress more. Yeah, I think I've made this water be super rubbery. By getting the compression ratios the wrong way around. Because a density of 20 on the water means that the water is only taking up see, that doesn't seem right either. Oh no, it does, because we've got two water. Yeah. So the water is taking up 0.1 of the node, despite there being twice as much of it. Yeah. I think 2 units of water should never, ever, when compared with air, let the air win the battle. Which means I just need to rethink my my thinking, I think. So let's try this again with the new values. Yoink. Yoink. The old double yoinkaroo. Let's swap these and check if it fixes it. Because I think the calculation's right. I think it's just my compression rates that are wrong. So we definitely have a total ideal volume of 12. Which is 2 water and 10 volume of air. Because we've got 1 mass of air, but it's much less dense, so it spreads out more. So for water, the compression ratio is actually 0.9. Which means the target volume is actually 0.9, because it's not willing to compress. It wants to be in 2, and it's willing to go down to 1.8. It's willing, but it's not happy about it, but it is willing to go down to 1.8. I think. Yeah. Which means it will be almost doubling its density. But if you think about it, if it was alone, it'd have to double its density anyway to fit in, because you got 2 water with a density of 1. If it was on its own, it'd have to compress twice to fit in there. So it'd have to have a density of 2. Which means that having a density of 1.8 is actually really bizarre. Am I missing something here with my ideal volume? No, I don't think I use the ideal volume for much. Not really. Where's my logic falling apart? What I don't get is if it was on its own in the node, then if it was on its own in the node, it would have a density of 2. Something else being in there with it, it cannot have a lower density because it's the same mass. Which means I've misjudged something. But what have I misjudged? That's the eternal question, isn't it? What have I misjudged? Is it the fact that the compression ratio needs to be times? No. Let's just go through the motions on the water. Although I have gone through the motions on the water. Yeah, so its new density is that. which means its new volume is 1.8. New volume is mass times density. Mass divided by density, so its new volume is 2 divided by 1.8. Which is greater than 1. It's like 1.05 or something. Ish. So, yeah, I've screwed something up because there's no way that the new volume is clearly the new density calculation that's wrong, right? Target volume is probably correct. Target volume is reasonable. If you think about it, we've got 2 water, 1 air. The air is highly happy to compress. It's reasonable that the water's going to be like, well, I'm taking up 0.9 and you can compress into the 0.1. That's reasonable. But the new density should not be 1.8. It's almost like it should be... It's almost like I multiplied that instead of dividing it. Yeah. It really is like that because that's exactly what happened. .222. That's better. Which means the new volume is 2 divided by 2.222, which we know for a fact is 0.9. Cool. And for the air, we give the air a compression ratio of 0.1. So its target volume is 0.1. Its new density is 10. Yeah, it's super willing to compress. 1 mass of air is getting compressed 10 times, so it can fit into 0.1. Cool, which means my logic was always sound. My logic was always correct. The only thing I had wrong was thinking that high density, high compression rate should be for air, but it shouldn't. It should be for the liquids. The liquids have the high compression rate, which is incredibly misleading, I'm going to be honest. But whatever. I could flip it and do a 1 minus, but I'm not going to. Cool. So, we haven't actually changed anything there, which is fine. So I have a little test set up here, which has a node full of oil, which is pretty dense, pretty viscous. A node full of water, not a node, but an area, so a group of nodes. An area of water. I think all these other areas have water, actually. Yeah, they do. They've all got water. So let's start off by taking the oil out of there and just running it. So now we're back to our single fluid simulation. And it's fine. It works basically the same as it used to. But now I'm sure it's correct, whereas last time there was a lot of YOLO in there. But now it evens out. It actually evens out a lot faster than it used to, which is nice. Not sure why this node's still got so much flow, but it's probably to do with this guy. So yeah, they've equaled out. Very nice. We can still do the thing where we turn one of them into a void that consumes whatever's in it. So we can do that. It'll still drain everything. It'll still generate the force that we can apply. It's still working nicely, but I've noticed in my new version, the voids drain the rest of the zone way faster, which is good. Like a void will drain this pretty fast. And this is water. It'd probably drain air like mega fast. So that's pretty cool. There's just a bit of water still hanging around. It's quite far away from the void, so it's just slowly trickling through, which is fine. We can still see the forces propagating through, which is also fine. So single node is working better than it used to, which is good to know. That is a single fluid. But what if we put some tar in, some oil in here? Let's put some oil in here. Oil has a density of 10, so let's actually put 10 oil in there. So now these nodes will be full of oil, and the rest of them are full of water. So we've got all these nodes are full of water, and these ones are full of oil. Got some different densities, some different viscosities, some different... Actually, I think the compression rates are the same, but whatever. This one, the oil... Well, I don't know what's going to happen, honestly. The oil really wants to go into the water area. So it's forcing its way in there. The water pressure from the oil is forcing through into the water, which is vaguely cool. It should equalize. You can see that it's spreading out the oil. It's not as effective as going into a single node, but that makes sense. And we can see that these nodes are full, but their oil ratio is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So that's pretty rad. We can still do our void trick, but now it's got two fluids getting pulled into the void, presumably at different rates. Presumably at different rates. um, yeah, pretty neat. These guys are still holding the fort. I think I would maybe have expected the water to go out faster. But on the flip side, what do I know? You can see because it's a heavier material getting pulled out into the void, these forces are stronger than they were when it was just water, which is nice. It's a denser material. It will have more of an impact on anything it passes through. Pretty cool. Let's mix it up a bit more. And we'll add some tar. Can't remember what the density of tar was. I'd like to add some air. Tar has a density of 15. Okay, so we want 1 mass worth. Let's put 15 in here. So now we're going to have three fluids vying for position. God knows what the forces will do in this scenario. I guess we'll see. They've gone a little bit mental. Are they normalizing? I guess they would go a bit mental if 3 wildly different fluids all appeared randomly at once. It did stabilize. There's a flow. There's like a double flow. A triple flow? This node looks like it's glitching out, but it's not. Trust me, it's supposed to be doing that. So this is mostly normalized, actually. That was quite fast. These guys aren't very happy. There's still some flow going. I think it's the oil. Trying to get somewhere that it hasn't managed to get yet. Yeah. So it's not completely settled. It's getting there though. It's almost settled. So Let's just trigger the void again. I like triggering the void. Feels good. Now, there's a lot more mass in the system. Which is cool. More mass means more stuff getting pulled into the void. Trying to figure out if they're decreasing at different rates. It's very hard to tell. I need to get a nice UI for it. I've just got these concentric circles, which does work. But it's quite hard to parse mentally. So yeah, that's pretty cool. That means we can handle all sorts. So I think I want to swap out one of them for air. Let's swap out, because air's like the standard case, right? Air is the standard case. So I think I want to make it so... Let's update the rendering, because the rendering can only display 3 types at once. Let's swap out tar for air. Air, air, air. Should have made the air to be the blue one, really. Oh well, that's life. No, the water being the blue one makes sense. The air one should be like grey. So we need to, in our area, we need to make it so that we can actually configure it to start with air. There we go. And I think that's all we need to do to add a new fluid. We need to configure its properties, add it to the area spawner thing, live the proverbial dream. So I'm gonna take everything out. And we're just gonna put some air in here. Air's not very dense at all, so let's put 10 units of air in there. Gonna be honest, didn't massively expect that. Yeah. Didn't really expect that one. That's a new one. They've all gone loco. Loco, huh? Is that because I put too much air in one spot? Are they shrinking? I think it would have shrank. Yeah. What's in here? Did I not get rid of the oil? No, I did. What's this guy's deal? Let's drain this node and see what happens. Hang on. Yeah, let's drain this guy, see what happens. What happens when I've murdered the frame rate, but I think that's just those exceptions getting thrown all the time. I'm not entirely sure what caused that. I think I am partially sure, but not entirely. The scale is getting set to not a number. Cool, air really doesn't like getting sucked out, eh? Takes forever. So there's a calculation that's wrong here somewhere, because I would expect the air to get sucked out much faster than the others. Like, the air is not transferring from node to node very quickly, which I think is what's causing this. So that's interesting. But why? What properties did I give air? It is not very dense. It's uber compressible. It's not very viscous. Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe I just went too hard. Giving them one mass of air each when its density is 0.01. Let's give it 0.1 each. I think I broke the system by... Well, I still broke the system. I think it's because they're starting with an insanely high volume. So because they're starting with an insanely high volume, the renderer is glitching out, which is causing these frame rate issues and potentially doing other stuff. Potentially. Right, it's no longer glitching out at least, which is good. Yeah, barely applies any force, which makes it hard to track what it's doing. Makes sense that the air wouldn't apply much force, but sure does make it a pain in the ass to track. I guess it does drain air pretty fast. Not like lightning fast. But I think it was the lack of a force visualization that was making it look like the air wasn't getting drained. It's just because it's not really applying any force. Which kinda makes sense. I might end up making the air more dense. Because I think we do want the air to have a force. I'm gonna make that 0.2. See if that breaks the system. It might do. Yeah, we started with those black nodes, but then they went down. Which makes sense, kind of. Mm-hmm. 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 Right, let's drain this full. Yeah, the air forces, look, they do exist, but they're quite small. Which does make sense. They're not even at a full atmosphere currently. Let's set them all to 0.1. So it should start off stable. I see. Whatever these exceptions are, they nuke the frame rate. But I think as soon as I start draining this guy, suddenly it's fine. He's complaining about the oil and water ones. Maybe you can't have a sprite with... No, you can have a sprite with 0. Scale. It's a mystery. It's one of life's many mysteries. That's cool though. So I think tweaking these things is something I'll have to do at some point, tweaking all the values. I'd love to fix this. Scale is being set to not a number. Which means... I know negative scales work. It means one of these is getting set to not a number. Which means one of these is getting set to not a number. Not a number, not a number, not a number. Of course. I don't know why that's only happening sometimes, but it's happening because... If the fluid's mass is 0, let's set its density to be 1. I think that'll fix the issue. There isn't any of it anyway, so we don't really care what density it is. But previously, I think its density would have just been 0. Yeah. Cool. That's solved all those issues. Thank God. Hallelujah. 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 So I think air should move faster than this. Like it should get sucked out faster. I wonder if it just needs to be like really non-viscous. Didn't strictly help. I think what it actually needs, and sadly what breaks the system, is it does need to be a lot less dense. I just need to figure out where it's bricking the system. Put a check in place. Does making it less dense help? It should do. Because it should increase the pressure. Which should increase the airflow. I think. I think this'll brick the system. No? Did that make it better or worse? More force is getting applied. But I think the actual air is draining slower. Which is vaguely uncouth. Maybe it's not though. Maybe it's not getting drained slower. Maybe it's... I need to know what the total air in the system is really. Yeah, I need to know what the total air is in the system. What if and we're just dicking about right now. What if I make it more viscous? I feel like that shouldn't help. But you never know. Making it more viscous should make it travel slower. Although I'll grant you, I haven't tested the viscosity stuff that thoroughly. Mm. Mm. We expect the final drain to be like... this guy to lose all his air, right? The corner guy. Let's get rid of these walls. I think they're interfering with our test. Let's nuke a center node. It drains so much slower than if it was like water. The water drains so fast. The air is like, nah, you're alright. Though they are starting to drain, look at that. Maybe the walls were stifling the airflow, but I still feel like that pocket should have got drained. These guys are definitely getting sucked out more. Yeah, system's dead. But it's like it took time to get started, eh? Hey, Badger! I'm building a universe simulator. Yeah, kind of. Maybe it's just the fact that there's so much air that it looks like it's not going out. Because I think that is it. Because we're rendering it based on volume. And because it's less dense, it can expand to fill the volume. So the volume is never actually going down. Because it just keeps expanding to fill the space as more of it gets pulled out. That's why we're not seeing it go down. Which is fine, but I would have expected more of a force to be applied. I mean, I guess there is a force being applied. Let's try the old corner strat again. So there is a force being applied. It's not propagating out very far. I think for air, I would expect the force to propagate quite far. Maybe it's due to the size of the hole. I don't think it is, though. But it could be because it's in a corner hole. Like when we had it in the center. Let's have a look. See how there's a reasonable force applied at the start to the surrounding nodes. but it drops off really quickly. I would expect these guys to all be getting pulled in because it's air. It's really light. I would expect this to decompress really quickly. But also, because I guess it does decompress quite quickly. It surprises me that these nodes empty first. I think I would expect these nodes to keep filling up, and these outer nodes to be the ones that drain, right? Because they should get pulled in, which means hang on, I want to do one more test. I want to crank up the starting air to 1, which is excessive. And then I want to try it again with the system not in equilibrium. Starting air of 1 when the air has a density of 0.001 means each node is starting with a ridiculously high pressure. The pressure for each node is going to be like 1,000. What's going to happen when I turn this into a void? Is the whole thing going to explode? It might do. The forces are a lot higher. Now it really does propagate out. Not as far as I'd expect, but it at least does it. Maybe 1,000 pressure is the key. I guess it's not 1,000 pressure. I guess it's 1 pressure. It's 1 mass, and each node is designed to have 1 mass in it. I think. 1 volume, rather. Each node is designed to have 1 volume. See how it slowed down again? I think that means most of it's been drained. Now it's back to normal amounts. Yeah. And I bet it's going to drain them from the inside out. I want it to drain them from the outside in. But I'm not sure if that's feasible. Yeah, not massively sure it's feasible. At least it is working, though. It's either just values that need tweaking, or quite a lot that needs tweaking. It's one of the two. It's almost like there's so much air that they're like, eh, who cares about this one hole? I blame the gases expanding to fill a void. That's what I blame. The goddamn gas is expanding to fill a void. It's a real pain in the ass. See, once it starts propagating out, it really propagates out. Like, it doesn't dick around. He says, well, it's taken quite a while. I wonder if... I want to destabilize the system. I'm going to put a 0 there. I think this is going to break everything. I've had real issues with high pressure to 0 pressure situations. Well, it broke everything very briefly. Very briefly. And I guess it didn't really break everything. Sort of did. But I think I understand why it broke everything. I don't think it actually did. I think it was just a rendering issue. I think update visuals needs to go after we update the densities, but before we do anything else. So arguably we should update the densities at the end. No, we have to update the densities at the start. I think that will get rid of that glitch. Might not. Hey, it did, look at that. Cool. So, high pressure to extremely low pressure, 0 pressure, is okay. Not really sure what happened here. I think that was me actually dragging it. I don't think that was, yeah, that was the editor breaking. Fair enough. But I want the air to flow out faster. So I think I'm going to commit what I've got, because this is definitely working. Working fluids, but air is a bit naff. Thing is, I don't even think the air is a bit naff. It just gets sucked out into the void incredibly slowly. Which to me doesn't feel right. And that is this stuff. I think the issue is this adjusted flow factor. So we've got air going out. Let's load it up and I'll explain why that's an issue. It's almost like I need to conserve momentum or something. So let's say I turn this guy into a void, right? Starts off, these guys are getting sucked super hard. But you see how it trails off? You see how it's trailing off? That's because... So this guy is giving this guy a lot... Well, he's giving him a lot of pressure, right? These guys are then feeding this guy their pressure. So he loses some, they give him some. Fine. He loses some more. He gives him some more. In fact, let's do it with these ones. So he takes as much as he can. These guys have always got a maximum pressure difference, right? Which means it's always going to 5, which is the cap that I've put on the pressure ratio. Which means the flow factor is always getting multiplied by 5 for this guy going into here. So he can totally throw everything he's got at this guy. But this guy is dealing with this guy who's got much higher pressure than this guy. Much higher. Which means this guy will only transfer significantly less to this guy. Which means this guy's got much higher pressure than this guy. Which means this guy will do much less to this guy. And that's why we get this fade off. Where the further away they are, the less they're willing to give. Which does make sense. Like, he's only willing to transfer a certain amount to this guy. It's only this guy who gets to go full ham on this guy. Which means my dream of having all the air get sucked out, maybe a false dream. Like getting sucked out and the back being empty because it's all rushing forward to the front. Sadly, by the time you get here, these guys have barely given any pressure away. Look. Barely given any away. So this guy's like, fuck it. I'm going to give even less away. Which is unfortunate. Now the solution might be not to cap the pressure ratio. Hello, Hoopo. The solution might be not to cap the pressure ratio. But I think then it all explodes. I'm pretty sure if I remove these safeguards, it'll explode. Is there one way to find out? We definitely need to calculate the pressure ratio. Thank you for attracting that, Hoopo. It was kind of bizarre. Thing is, if their pressure is 0, that becomes infinite. If their pressure equals 0, I know I'm just replicating what's in the comment. But, you know, whatever. If their pressure is 0, we have to cap the pressure ratio. We can't just make it be infinite. It'd go too crazy. I guess we can just say their pressure equals 0.01. And if our pressure is 0, then it's fine. That is probably going to explode. It's almost certainly going to explode. You know, whoops. Yeah. If my pressure equals 0, don't do anything. I think that's what was causing that explosion. It might still explode, but at least we've got rid of one cause. Well, whatever. But why? If their pressure is 0.01, hang on. If my fluid mass equals 0, we don't need to worry about it. One step closer. That'll also make it more efficient, which is nice. I see. But why are they getting minus infinity? Minus infinity implies that their volume is minus infinity. The old minus infinity volume, huh? Which means what? That their density is 0 and their mass is negative? I think that's what that means. Well, one thing's for sure, this isn't helping. This is definitely not helping. I thought that would help. Hmm. 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 Just narrowing down possibilities. Why? Why do you become negative infinity? Why do water, oil, and tar become negative infinity? Well, what have I changed? I've said the pressure ratio is always my pressure, assuming my pressure isn't 0, divided by their pressure. And if their pressure is 0, it becomes 0.01. Which would bounce away. Like we'd ignore it, right? If our pressure's 0 and theirs is 0, we won't do anything. If our pressure is not 0, but theirs is that even a scenario we've got set up? Yes. Let's remove that scenario and see if it breaks. Then we know it's because of that. Okay. So now if I make this 0, does everything explode? Yes. So the scenario where everything exploding is he has 0, we don't have 0. In that scenario, as long as we've got at least 0.01 pressure, we're going to go here. But our pressure, as I said earlier, is like 10,000 or something. Which means our pressure ratio is going to end up being like 1,000,000. Which means we're going to offer them a million times the difference in our fluids. Which is clearly not a workable situation. So what if I've wanted to do this for a while. What if we limit the flow factor to be, I don't know, 1? Can't have a flow factor higher than 1. That stops the million flow factor problem. Moment of truth. I think it needs to be 0.125 or less. But let's see what happens. Is that increasing? No, it's decreasing. Boo. Still, I think it's better than it was. What if I... make that 10? We're just YOLOing at the moment and seeing what happens. It's definitely closer to what I would expect. And then what if... I reduce the starting air from 1, which is ridiculous, down to like 0.1 in the mall. I should probably just make this one big area for testing purposes right now, instead of having 4 separate ones. Let's lower the overall pressure of the system. Well, yeah, I should have seen that one coming. Well, look on the bright side. We have got rid of some arbitrary limitations and replaced them with a single arbitrary limitation. Which means we can dick around with the arbitrary limitation. I wonder if it should be applied post that. I think so. Let's replace our arbitrary limitation with one that's just as arbitrary. It's now allowed to drain at 1 mass per 0.1 mass per frame, which is ridiculous, but that's what we're going with. Yeah, should have seen that one coming. Well played. It's weird. No, it's not weird. Well, it is weird. Hello, Sackboy. If in doubt, tweak the variable and try again. We just need a hard cap on how much can be transferred in one go. I think that might solve not all of our issues, but definitely the majority of them. What? But you guys all have mass. Why have you suddenly given up on life? That was working quite well for a few seconds. Math.max, not math.min. Yeah. The old math.max, not math.min routine. Although I feel like... No, math.min is what I want. Math.max is going to go crazy. But let's do it. Sometimes even when you know something's wrong, it's quite good to do it and see what happens. Could be very educational. Yeah, expected that. But what if it had done something I didn't expect? Right, why would that screw it? Why would you screw it? Why would you screw it? As much as I hate to say it, I think I might have to cap the pressure ratio. um, I didn't want to cap the pressure ratio. But, what can you do, eh? Let's cap it at 25. Min. That's cool, sack boy. I firmly respect your humble brag involving satellites of some sort. I can dig it. I hate limiting the pressure difference. Hmm. Why won't you propagate? Well, I know why it won't propagate, but it's mildly annoying, to say the least. They're dying! And yet not getting refilled at a very fast rate for some reason. The pressure difference here should be huge. I wonder if I can draw the pressure difference. Yeah, probably. Let's do it after pressure ratio. Hmm. 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 Um. Let's try that. See if it gives us any extra intel. Why are you green? Oh, because your pressures are equal. Yeah, fair enough. Moment of truth. See, I would expect their pressures to be changing, but they're not, because he's constantly getting refilled. Now it should start to change. I hope. Should have started to change way before now. To be honest, it's kind of weird that that never changed. It's uber weird that that never changed. Why did you never change? Why are none of these ever changing? Except these guys agreeing with the pressure zero guy. It implies that these guys all have the same pressure all the time, which makes no sense. Or the same pressure ratio anyway, which equally makes no sense. Unless their pressure ratio is always greater than 25. Yeah, I could believe that. I'm going to allow it to go up to 100. Which might be crazy. It might explode. But even if it explodes, whatever. Hmm. Well, I think it's safe to assume it exploded. Interestingly, none of the other nodes reacted to that, which is mildly bizarre. What if I put a breakpoint in? a conditional breakpoint. And then we turn this guy into a void. I don't think Unity's happy with me. Yeah, I think I crashed Unity. Whoops. Ah, there we go. Right, let's try that again. We want to examine things when the pressure ratio is over 100 for the first time. Get the horrible feeling I might have to restart Unity. I have had it running for 2 days now. Yeah, let's restart Unity. Just goes to show there is no God. Let's save the scene. Give it the old restart. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Got a drink. Took some painkillers. Living the proverbial dream. Now, can we actually debug this? I want to believe that we can, but I want to believe lots of things. It really doesn't want me to solve this problem, eh? I see how it is. Fine. Fine. I'll get rid of my debug draw lines. Shouldn't have got rid of that conditional. I think it was the debug draw lines that it didn't like. I think that plus debugging was just too much for it to handle. Look, Unity. That's nice, Sackboy. I've got no idea what you're talking about, but... That's nice anyway. I feel like I'm so close to a solution, and yet, at the same time, so far from one. But you know what? I'm not giving up. Why do you do that? Just because the pressure is ridiculous. I mean, I'll grant you, a pressure ratio of 100 is pretty mental. Especially when combined with a fluid difference. This is why I wish I could goddamn debug.log. But I think basically what's happening is this guy's giving away more than he's got. If diff with frame rate is greater than my fluid mass divided by 16, don't ask me why, diff with frame rate equals my fluid mass divided by 16. Well, it's still not propagating out as much as I would like. But on the flip side, it's not broken. And that counts for something. I think I want to display each node's pressure. Mm. 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 Hmm. Hmm. I think I need some arbitrary number for this. No, I don't. I should probably be doing that as an optimization anyway. Not at this point, but I should be doing it at some point. Pressure of 100. Pressure of 100. Pressure of 100. That all makes sense. And is kind of mental if you think about it. But this scenario was always going to be mental. So that means it's got 100 times its ideal amount of contents. Which is cool. So I want to look at this guy. What's your pressure? It's dropping. What's your pressure? It's dropping. What's your pressure? It's dropping. But like, here's why the transfer over at these edges is low. They are losing pressure, which means they are transferring a lot of stuff out of themselves. They're transferring a whole lot of shit away. A whole lot of it. The pressure in this room is tanking. But what's your pressure? 66 versus 66. Which means when they're deciding how much to transfer, these guys don't actually transfer that much between each other. Their pressure is naturally tanking, which is nice. And it's tanking pretty fast. It just depends how fast we expect it to tank when there's a literal void sucking the pressure out. Like over here, the pressure's getting pretty damn low. He is starting to be below his optimal. But you see how the pressure decreases? Even though they're next to a void. Like, that makes sense. It definitely makes sense. Because the higher the pressure difference, the more stuff gets punted out. So it does make sense. It just doesn't feel right. But maybe it is right. What do I know? Like, it would be going down faster, but this guy is feeding him. He's feeding him air repeatedly. I think the only reason it doesn't feel right is there's not much of a force being applied. Which makes sense. It really makes sense that there's not much of a force being applied. Because the air is uber not dense. Which means even though there's a lot of air passing through these nodes, and there really is a lot of air passing through these nodes, it's not much mass combined. So it's not really... It doesn't have enough force. Which means I might just want to cheese it and say that air has more mass than it really has. For the sake of the enjoyment of seeing stuff get pulled around by air, I think that might be what I'm realizing. Like, what if we just say that air has a density of 1? Just for shits and giggles. We still make it more compressible than water. But we give it the same density as air. For all I know, that might be true. But it doesn't seem true. In fact, arguably, there's no way that could possibly be true. But anyway, if we assume that air has got a density of 1, or a mass of 1, rather. No, a density of 1. We should see some better forces now. I'm not sure if it'll drain faster. I think it will. Yeah. 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 It is draining faster. You still have the... It's got very low pressure, so it takes forever to fully drain out. But I think that makes sense. I'm actually starting to believe that makes sense. And I don't know if that's pure copium, but I am starting to believe it makes sense. It's mostly drained. So that's pretty cool. Let's mix it up a bit. I've changed quite a lot, so let's make half of these start with 1 water in them as well. So they get to keep their air, but they also have some water. Which means they'll be operating under pressure, which will be interesting. The water is spreading out from the 2 areas we put it in. Should end up with like 50% in each, with the air taking up the rest of the space. Which, I'll be honest, isn't really happening right now. I think I would expect these to be mostly blue. Oh, it's based on volume. Yeah, I would expect these to be almost all blue. Would I? It's hard to wrap your head around this stuff. But I think I would expect... What have we loaded the system with? 4 units of air. So that's 1 unit of air per node. So they should all have 1 unit of air. Which by itself would take up the entire node, because it would expand to fill it. But there's water in there as well. There's, what, 2 units of water between 4 areas. So there's 0.5 units of water per node, which should not expand. So the water seems pretty happy. I'd say it's about 50%. But the air, I mean, I know it's based on volume, but according to this, what this is meaning is that these guys are only half full, which doesn't make any sense, because if they were half full, their pressure wouldn't be 1.37. Now, it's probably just an issue with my rendering, but it might not be. I expect this to be all blue with a little bit of orange in the middle. That's what I expect. All blue with a little bit of orange. Air compresses more than water, but that shouldn't really make a difference. Well, no, it definitely should make a difference, but not in terms of what I'm saying. What happens when we void it, just for shits and giggles? The water drains out, so the air expands. That makes sense. The pressure starts to tank. Hmm. Those ratios are wrong. Those ratios are wrong, and I don't appreciate it. I guess what we should really do is try and set up some scenarios where we have an expectation for what would happen. But why are those ratios wrong? The pressure is correct. I firmly believe that. The densities if we update that to 1, which is what we've got now, our nodes have got 0.5 water, 1 mass of air. So the total ideal volume is 0.5 plus 1. So the ideal volume is 1.5. Compression ratio is still the same. So the water zero 0.5 divided by 0.9 is, I don't know, something like 1.75 or something. It's not 1.75 at all. It's 1.8, I think. Yeah, it's 1.8. Why did it even take so long to figure that one out? What? Oh, it's not 1.8. I was thinking the other way around. It's 0.55555 recurring, apparently. So the new volume is 0.5 divided by 0.555. Which is like 0.9. So the water should be getting compressed to be 0.555 density. What? But it can't. The water can't be 0.555 because it's got an ideal density of 1. Which means the water says, screw you. Which is why we have those different levels. The air, though. So the water wants to expand, but it can't. And that's why it's not right. I've pseudo cracked the code. That's why we're getting that weird thing anyway. That's why we're getting... as it settles down. That's why we're getting these kind of scenarios. The water is refusing to expand because its density will not go lower than its ideal. But the air doesn't know that. The air doesn't know that, so the air is only expanding to what it would be if this guy had been willing to go below his ideal density. So, I could make it so that they can go below their minimum density. Not sure what ramifications that has. I'm sure it has some. This is the opposite of what I expect now. What? This is the opposite of what I expect, huh? Well, I think that means I was right at the start of the stream. Hmm. The air's all getting sucked out before the water. I wonder if that makes sense. Maybe it's not. Maybe it was an optical illusion. It's hard to say, innit? I think they're getting sucked out at the same rate. Which makes sense. They've got the same mass. Currently. So if I want this to behave how I wanted it to behave, then I was initially right. And these should be low, and this should be high. How didn't that change anything? Tell me why that didn't change anything. You can let me have a breakpoint. Right. So, for a single node, they've mostly got the same stuff at the moment. We get the ideal total volume, which should be 1.5-ish. Yeah, close enough. 1.377. Our capacity is 1. That means we need to adjust by 0.377. It's more than 0, so we don't do that. So we work out the total compression rate, i.e. how much everything is willing to compress. Assuming it has a horse in this race. Our total compression rate is 1. One of them will do 0.9, one of them will do 0.1. Cool. So, the water says, I am willing to compress 0.1, which means my target volume is, in a lot of ways, I probably shouldn't have just commented that out. Whoops. I was never actually updating the densities. Of course, that makes me sad because it means that I think I was initially wrong. Yeah, I was. Shiza. Time to switch these back. Swear I've gone back and forth on these all stream. Right, now we'll finally get the behavior that I pseudo expect. Mostly water with a little bit of air. And the air is super pressurized. Now, sadly, these nodes are never going to update their visual because they're always going to keep expanding to take the whole thing. Which means I do think I actually want to limit it to a lower limit. But that's fine. Let's see how it behaves at least. We might not be able to visually see how it behaves, although we'll be able to see the flow. But apart from that, well, let's just see how it goes. I'll be honest, this is looking better. It's still not draining these as much as I'd like, but it is definitely draining them. Yeah, it's definitely better, I think. Better than it was. Or maybe that's an optical illusion as well. What happens if now we change the density of the air back down to 0.1? Today's very much an experimental stream. We're just kind of dicking about and tweaking stuff, eh? We haven't actually built anything. But that's fine. That's what I wanted to spend tonight doing. So let it normalize. The air is getting hyper compressed because it's not very dense at all. Pressure is pretty high because the air is hyper compressed. And I think it's going to behave, I was going to say essentially the same. But it's definitely stealing from these edge nodes right away, which I appreciate. I appreciate that for sure. Precious tanking. The water's getting sucked out faster than the air is, which is interesting. I don't know if it's right or wrong, but it's definitely interesting. Mm-hmm. 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 Feel like it empties more the more massive stuff is. Which might make sense, but I feel like in a vacuum, it'd empty faster the less massive something was. Feels backwards to me. I feel like the air should get pulled out before the water. We're seeing the opposite happening. Hello, Mr. Tools. I feel like the air should get pulled out before the water. Now I'll grant you, I have made the air more viscous, which doesn't strictly make sense. The air should probably be not viscous at all. And I'm going to make the water be... I don't know. 0.2? I don't know how to judge these. Viscosity, 1 means it'll never move. I don't really know where water falls on that scale. But let's try that. Now the air should find it easier to move. In theory. It's normalizing. Sweet, sweet normalization. Yeah, it's normalized enough. Now I expect the air to leave faster than the water leaves. Viscous air sounds deadly, or at least a bad time. Yeah, I know, right? Come on, air. Leave faster than the water. I know you want to. It's not going to. I feel like the water's still going to win out. We'll find out. Pressure's about to drop below 1. Maybe the air is leaving faster than the water. I'll grant you it's very hard to tell. No, the water's definitely leaving faster. Otherwise this would still be majority blue, not majority orange. Majority blue means there's more... Yeah, the water just loves to leave. It's because it's more massive. Which means maybe... Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe... So here, where I'm calculating how much to flow. It's the difference in mass that I'm using. Maybe it needs to be... not just strictly a mass comparison. Because the water is always more massive than the air. It's always more massive than the air. Maybe it needs to be a comparison of densities instead, like osmosis. It travels from more dense to less dense. That makes sense. Switch it over to osmosis-esque. Well, I think it's safe to assume that fucked something. Yeah, we definitely screwed some in. Now that I'm doing that, what if I reintroduce the minimum density? I see. But why? I mean, I know the pressure differential is pretty mental. I did get rid of my flow rate cap. Let's bring the flow rate cap. Oh no. Let's add an arbitrary flow rate cap. It's usually an excessive flow rate that causes those giant nodes. However, the flow rate cap can cause some weird shit to happen. You know, in a lot of ways, I think switching over to density instead of mass has really screwed the pooch. Mm, now I'm just YOLOing stuff. But it's stuff that I think might work. No? Okay, clearly the density instead of mass is not viable. Look at that pressure going mental. Although, to be fair, maybe that's because I'm trying to transfer an amount of mass equivalent to the density. Yeah. So if the density is different, I need to transfer an appropriate amount of mass to normalize that density. Which means I should compare just knowing the density. Is it enough? We know the volume as well. We know the volume as well. So we can say I'm this dense. I'm twice as dense as they are. I need to transfer enough of my mass that we have equal density. The way we would do that would be the fluid difference is the difference in density. How would we then calculate how much mass we need to give them to equalize? It's going to be really simple. We have access to the mass, density, volume of each. What an interesting little puzzle. We have the density difference. That means we need to know the volume, and then we can get the mass requirements. Let's just start getting stuff. Maybe something will pop up. Yeah, let's get all three. There'll be something we can do, right? I wonder if that was enough. No, definitely not. Da da da. We know they always have that, so I can get rid of this check. And then once we figure out what the calculation actually is that we're doing, we can sort it out and remove stuff that we don't need. I think I'm happy to nuke this. We've got it in source control anyway. I don't think calculating these actually helps. But on the flip side, who cares? Sack boy! It's not really about whether people like the stream. Not really. And I don't appreciate the update on viewers/likes. I don't like to look at that shit while I'm streaming. It's a distraction, isn't it? I never have that shit open. Otherwise, you're just going to find yourself going, oh, people aren't enjoying what I'm doing. I'd better do something else. And that is a loser mindset. I'm doing what I want to do. People watch it if they're interested. People like it if they like it. And that's, you know, A-okay. And then after the stream, I go, ugh, only 3 people watched it. But that's fine. Then I go, well, I guess next time I'm doing that, I won't bother streaming it. It's a good system and it works. If you were implying, Sackboy, that I shouldn't be sat here debating fluid mechanics, then I don't appreciate that either. Because I'm not stopping. Yeah, Mr. Tools enjoys it. See? As long as one person enjoys it, that's all that matters. And there's always one person who enjoys it. Because that person is me. And that's all that really matters. But you see how it's all been derailed now? See how harmful focusing on viewers and likes is? We're already derailed. It's pretty uncouth. There has to be a way. I don't want to resort to asking ChatGPT. Even though I could. There has to be a way to go. The densities are this different. We know their volumes. We know their masses. Therefore, we know we have to give this guy this much mass to make him have this density? I'm going to ask ChatGPT. It might be wrong, but I'm totally stun locked, so you know. Hello, friend. Here's a quandary. I want to know how much of my mass I need to give them for their density to be the same as mine. I am using mass divided by density equals volume. I'm sure there's a way, but I can't figure it out. Help a brother out. It's going to give me an essay. What is it talking about? What does this even mean? I am writing some code. So I'd really like a solution that will work for all values. I'm not going to have my game go off and ask ChatGPT for what the updated mass should be. Okay, so we get the total mass, total volume. Final density is total mass divided by total volume. Why would you write it in C? Oh, you mad lad. It's talking about real life mass, yeah. So, I wish it had named these variables better, but I assume it's my mass, their mass, my volume, their volume. So we get the total mass, total volume. The final density is the equalized density. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Sure. Total mass equals my mass plus their mass. Total volume equals my volume plus their volume. Final density equals total mass divided by total volume. Mass to transfer. This is the one where I need to give it a double take. So it's our mass minus the final density times the volume. times my volume. Oh yeah, that makes sense, I think. Who cares? Let's try it. And then we tweak that by the viscosity and the pressure. Now this might not work, but it is osmosifying, sort of. Let's watch it explode. Well, it didn't explode. What is this doing? It stopped doing it now that I've looked at it. Ah, you son of a gun. This is like anti-osmosis. But why? Why have you normalized in such a weird situation? Well, let's drain the mass anyway, eh? Let's see what happens. The pressure of this is increasing still. Very slowly. I see. Now he refuses to go there. You know, in a lot of ways, switching over to density instead of mass is not really panning out for us, is it? But why? Mm-hmm. 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 Because they have a density of... I want to say 1. I think they've got a density of 1. I'm sure I added some in. If they don't have any mass, set the density to 1. Which I will grant you doesn't make sense, but I know I did it for a reason. It was a reason involving infinity. But I'm not using their density. Ah, but I'm using their volume. Why would this be so gimped? Total mass is going to be our mass plus theirs. They don't have any. Total volume is going to be our volume plus theirs. They don't have any. Final density then becomes our density. Which means we're transferring our mass minus density times volume. But that's our mass. That's always going to be 0. That's why you can't trust ChatGPT. In order to equalize the densities, it says, don't transfer anything. Which doesn't feel right. I guess it's saying because there's nothing there, you don't need to equalize the mass. The density. So we would solve that by... No, I don't think I trust its solution. Let's interrogate it. That's cool. But if their mass and volume are 0, well, I guess in that case, you don't really know what you'd need to transfer because their volume is 0. Therein lies the problem. So I don't think I can switch it over to be density based. Which is upsetting. It's upsetting for many reasons. Which means it has to be mass based. Does that mean we just wasted like an hour? Yeah. But that's fine. Yeah, we've got no way of knowing anything except the mass. Mass is the only thing we can use to equalize it. Which is upsetting. Which brings us right back to where we were. Which does work. There's no denying it works. We do have this issue. I wonder if solving this issue would help. Maybe. Maybe not. Whoa! Mm, 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 mm. What else did I change? What else did I change? Because I've somehow uber broken it. In the land of mistakes, the undo key is king. We're gonna keep undoing till it won't let me undo anymore. Okay, that was me dicking about with that. What else have we changed? I feel like all those changes combined means how have we gone back to insanity? Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Hmm. But I've looked at all our changes and... Oh, right, we're still in density land. Yeah, good old density land. Which I don't massively get because... Did I not? Okay. I just didn't undo enough. There we go. Right, we're back to the land of milk and honey. The land of partial milk and honey. Where it all works and it's all fine, but I'm really hung up on the fact that the air doesn't drain out faster than the water. When I feel like rationally the air definitely should drain out faster than the water. Even though I don't have anything real to base that on. This is looking nice apart from that fact. But I really feel like the air should drain faster than the water. I'm not crazy. I feel like that should be a thing. Hmm. Hmm. What if... I want to try one more thing. Um... Ideal volume. Volume is mass divided by density. Ideal volume is essentially the pressure for the individual fluid. And then what if we make this be my ideal volume divided by their ideal volume minus their ideal volume. And that makes no difference. Well, although it could make a difference. If ideal volume is essentially pressure, essentially. So, what if we keep fluid difference as mass? But we yoink these and we move them there. And we don't use our pressure calculation. Although I think we might want to. But whatever. Let's just throw that at the wall and see if it sticks. I mean, I'm not entirely sure what's happening, but something is. I feel like what's going to happen is they're going to drain at exactly the same rate, which is going to be very upsetting, but I think that is what's going to happen. It's definitely not what's happening. See how at some point they switch. See that? I actually think it's very hard to tell what's happening because the What? It's very hard to tell if the air is draining faster. It looks like it isn't, but there could be way more air getting transferred. I guess we'd tell by looking in the furthest away spot and seeing what happens here. I think they're getting transferred at the same rate. Yeah. I really thought I was onto something there. Maybe it's not the end of the world. Maybe I'm a perfectionist. Maybe I really want air to get sucked out faster than water. Which I really thought it would, because it's less dense. It's less viscous. So I would really expect it to get sucked out faster. Because, I mean, yeah, it'll have less of a mass difference. But the pressure ratio... Well, I guess the pressure ratio is being shared between everything. But no, at the moment it isn't. Although I am capping it. Well, let's see what happens now if I remove that cap. I expect it to explode. Hmm. Hmm. Are you equalized? Yeah, close enough. See how fast... I think I've successfully made it so that the water drains faster than the air. Which, I'll be honest, is not really what I wanted. You could argue I wanted exactly the opposite of that. Yes, I certainly did want exactly the opposite of that. The old water draining faster than air routine, huh? Truly gets me every time. Thing is, I've got no idea if that's correct. I'm just assuming that the air would get pulled out faster. Which it almost certainly would, right? Yeah. It almost certainly would. Maybe not, though. Because the air will expand to fill quite a lot of the gap. Maybe this actually makes sense. I'm very back and forth on whether or not it makes sense. But I think it might. I'd really think it might if after all was said and done, there was water left when all the air is gone. Which does mean we're going to sit here until this vanishes. Which might take a while. I feel like they're decreasing at the same rate, though. I'm almost certain they're decreasing at the same rate. But I go back and forth on that one as well. No, I'm starting to believe the air is going out faster, you know? I think it almost certainly is at this point. It's just there's a lot more of it. Which makes all the difference. Which might mean this has been working correctly for the majority of the stream. Although I did just change that pressure stuff. Like, this is misleading, right? This is very thin air. It's very, very thin air. Whereas this is not as thin water. So I think it is actually working correctly. It's just there's so much more air than there is water. It looks like it's not working correctly. which is cool. It means I can accept that as gospel. I know I had to really focus in to prove that point, but it did prove it. Sort of. Cool. That proves the point even more, really. There's more water than there is air in this space. Or it's at least fluctuating between the two. Which means I think I'm happy with it. I think I'm finally happy that this is working entirely as I want. I'd like it if the air provided more force. Like if we have an area that is just air, the whole thing should just be air now. What kind of force level is it kicking out if we add a void here? Because air is so non-dense, the force isn't huge. But maybe that's fine. I think that's tweakable via variables. Variables, air pressure levels, other stuff like that. So yeah, I think I'm happy with that. Yeah, this is all an illusion. It looks like it's not doing anything. But it's just because the air expands to fill the space. Unless it can't expand to fill the space. Because there's not enough of it. Good. I am vaguely content. So, next thing I wanted to add was temperature. Which will be interesting. Potentially working correctly. That's as far as I'm willing to go on this. I think it is. So for temperature is actually quite an interesting one. I want to give the actual fluid a temperature, as opposed to giving the room one. Remember, air is a fluid. And then when we pass, there's two things we need to do. One is each frame we need to normalize the temperature between the fluids in the node. And when we pass fluids around, we also need to pass their associated temperature. And that'll be quite interesting. And then we can update the density based on the temperature. And then we'll be living the dream. And I'm sure I won't get stun locked at all in this entire process. So we probably want, similar to this, we probably want update temperatures. I don't think it should. No, it probably should instantly update. Maybe. I don't know. But I do know temperature is one for another day. I'm tired. I totally got drained trying to solve that air problem. But we did solve it. I know it might seem like we spent the past 4 hours and didn't actually change anything. But never forget, we changed these two lines. Which counts for something. We did bleed for 2 lines. But they were a very important 2 lines, I think. Because they made the air problem solved, I think. And it also means we don't need that. And it also means we don't need that. Which actually makes it massively more efficient. Massively more efficient. So that's pretty cool. It might be less of an accurate simulation. It might be more of an accurate one. I honestly don't know. But I do know that it behaves closer to my expectations. And that's what really matters. But I'm going to go to bed and rest my head and something dread. It has been a pleasure. Even if only 3 viewers and 2 likes. Sack boy. I shall catch you guys later. And if I'm still doing fluid stuff tomorrow, I might not stream because Sackboy's demotivated me. But I probably will. Yeah, catch you later, guys. Bye.